Alright, so we're back with more Final Fantasy XIV. It hasn't been that long, so I haven't had much of a chance to farm stuff and get things ready and things like that. What I have done is I've gotten a little bit of Umbrite, which was just all of the Tombstones of Poetics that I could spare. I've gotten a few of the different items that I need to start another Heavensward relic, but I've not actually started any of them yet. What I have done, however, is realised that I was thinking I was just going to use scripts to get all of the crystal sand that I needed. And that's great. That is a method of getting those scripts, getting those tokens. But I also had some demi materia, these being buyable from the market board as well as these crafting materials. Not only are these able to be purchased from the market board themselves, but the items to make them, for the most part, aren't that expensive. So I used these, and I have enough crystal sand. Well, let's just say I spent quite a lot of money. I have quite a lot of crystal sand now. I still need more, though. I still need a fair bit more. But we can't proceed the Anima Relic until we have more Umbrite, which means that I need a lot of Tombstones of Poetics. I think it's 4,500 Poetics. So I can do things like S-rank hunts and dungeons, of course, to try and get them. I'm probably going to be doing quite a lot of dungeons if I just make sure that those dungeons are also in the Moogle Tombstone event. I will have a decent crossover between the two. But the main focus for today is going to be catching up on job quests. I'm not sure how long these are going to take, but if I can, I would love to get through all of the healers. Maybe. Is it the healers that I want? I don't know. We'll decide, because I do want... I want to get Astro out of the way because it might help Astro to not suck. I kind of doubt it, but it might. Who knows? I kind of already enjoy Dark Knight. I definitely want to do Machinist, because Machinist will get a new attack that is quite powerful. So, like, for example, what does Astro will get? Malefic 2, Collective Unconscious, which is a 10% MIT, and regen. But collective unconscious effect ends upon using another action or moving. That's a bit of an odd one, but okay. And celestial opposition, which is basically an off global cooldown less powerful aspected Helios. No, it is just an off cooldown aspected Helios. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I didn't realize that I'd get more of this stuff. Okay, well, I can. I just kind of want to get Astra out of the way. Oh yeah, I got gifted some flame cloaked barding from just a random person whilst I was doing some stuff in Idleshire. So yeah, we now have it. I think it looks quite cool, and it works quite well with the wolf mask. So, sweet. Let's get this out of the way then. Jana Quinnard. One of the big reasons why I want to do all of the job quests is for the job actions that get unlocked, because this is the last time that those will be locked behind quests. But also because you get a new set of like artifact gear, like how you get the class specific gear at the level 50 quest for the A Realm Reborn classes. Now that Forlamalt has so graciously agreed to discontinue his meddling in our affairs, I believe we may find our peers and colleagues more receptive to our proposals. Perhaps I shall begin with another trip to the vault to inquire about them reconsidering my petition to grant Lady Laviva the opportunity to speak with the Conclave. We all have our strengths, Jana Quinnard, and none will deny yours is convincing seemingly sane people to do your bidding. After here is a testament to that. I look forward to hearing of your progress. As for myself, there are still some questions I need answered. The first being, how exactly did Forlamalt come into contact with the Sharlayan assassins? Quimperain, attend me. I wish to visit Foundation and learn if there have been any sightings of suspicious foreigners. Might I suggest that after do the same here at the Observatorium? Perhaps a second call on our new ally will help mine uncle recall aught he may have pretermited in the heat of the previous moment. Oh, I also looked up. Post A Realm Reborn was 80 quests. Post Heavensward, which is split up into Dragonsong and post Dragonsong, those are 44 quests total. They're about 20 each. So when we do the post Heavensward stuff, it shouldn't be too slow. It should be pretty easy. 7 L's. I rue the day I ever see another Sharlayan. Please, I've done all that you asked. What more do you want from me? Blood? Or are you simply here to boast? Or mayhap you wish to know how the Sharlayans came to be involved in my scheme. I thought as much. If it was so important, why didn't your Lady Laviva ask me earlier? Her head is so far in the stars she fails to see what unfolds around her on the ground. The truth is, it was never my scheme in the first place. It was the Sharlayans. They came to me not long after Professor Mace's ship was diverted to Thanlan. Yes, I said diverted. The pirates in the Strait of Melthor, the magically manipulated storms off the Rotano, all were staged to prevent your friends from ever arriving. But when they did, the Sharlayans were forced to change their plans. They required help hiring local hands, discreetly. Something they could not do as foreigners. I agreed to lend them my aid because I felt we both stood to benefit from the disappearance of Janna Quinnard and that foul chit. Well, you're just a little bit of a cunt, aren't you? Wait, I can... Well, I did not realize that you could do this. I didn't realize that these had hitboxes. Learn something new every day. The Chief Astrologian has rarely a day when he isn't meeting with visitors from across the realm and beyond. Why, this past moon he was seen entertaining guests with very distinct markings on their faces. I asked Lord Fallamalt whence they hailed, and he only answered, the north. Okay, I need to go to the Athenaeum. I don't know how long this is going to take, because I think it's... Is it 5 quests? Because you've got level 50, level 52, 54, 56. So it might be 6 actually. So you have one every 2 levels instead of every 5. Given that, you know, there's only 10 levels in the expansion. Is this the Alliance raid? I think so. Ah, you have the look of a lass who's seen a fair share of trouble. Mayhap you'd be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built. So winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their ponds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that airship production has, if you'll excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Ah, yes, this new breed of... this new breed of buccaneers likes to paint themselves as dashing explorers, braving the unknown. But the truth of their nature is right there in the name. Sky pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry "Yar!" as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop. That's where the shipment was bound. And inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Rontremont. He knows, if any man does. Oh, hey Drakeling, how you doing? I was originally planning on doing Elden Ring today, starting a new playthrough, but I didn't get a lot of sleep. I had to get up early this morning for the visit from the dog people. So I rested. And now we're starting later than I would have liked for today. So we're just going to do some more stuff in Final Fantasy XIV. But tomorrow, we should start Elden Ring, I think. I don't know. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. The Sharlians came to him? That can only mean, then, that mine own uncle was only a pawn in a much larger game? A game that began long before we ever became involved. Think back after. The bandits in the Black Shroud, and those pirates you described that attacked you in Limsa Lominsa. They all had strange facial markings, as did our false astrologian. It's not much, but perhaps Lady Leviva will be able to make more sense out of it all. Despite the time we've spent together, I have this feeling that she is yet to be completely honest with us. But look at me. A beloved relative tries to have me killed, and the next day I begin doubting everyone. What a sad, sad state of affairs. Perhaps to clear my head, I should call on that fine young Viscountess visiting House Hallionart from her family's stead in the Eastern Highlands. This information on Fallermalt's associates should be relayed to Lady Leviva immediately. Would you be so kind? I seem to recall them saying they'd be questioning highborns in the pillars. So yeah, I'm a bit sleepy. But otherwise, I'm doing alright. Hey, Quimprin. Milady, were you able to learn anything of import at the observatorium? Lord Fallermalt was not the one who hired the Sharlayans? Lady Leviva will want to know. Lady Leviva? Lady Leviva! She was right here. We must find her. I would not think any harm could come to her here in the center of the Holy See. Then again, that is what we believed back at Camp Dragonhead. I shall search the Hoplon. Might I ask you to search in the opposite direction near the last vigil? Who the fuck are you? I'm sorry. I think you have me mistaken for someone else. A likely story. You are the triple triad, aren't you? Yep. Or the Warring Triad. Triple Triad's the card game. After, when you were speaking with Quimprin, someone approached me from behind and placed a dagger to my back. I had no choice but to be led silently away. Luckily, my assailant let down his guard when we arrived in the shadows, and I was able to deliver him a swift kick to the groin. I've been running ever since. So, Fallermalt wasn't the architect of this scheme to drag me back to Sharlayan after all. I had my suspicions. I was a fool to believe they would simply let me leave. Do you recall when I mentioned there were people in the old world intent on hoarding our nation's knowledge? Well, it appears that my efforts to train you and Janaquinad have attracted their ire. After, allow me to apologize. I've not been wholly frank with you about my reason for visiting Eorzea. The truth is, I came here because of my father. My father dreamed of rekindling the Holy See's interest in Sharlayan astrology, believing that it would be of a great benefit to the embattled people of Ishgard. He came here several moons after I was born, intending to remain for only a season. However, he never made the return journey. His dream was left unrealized, and his newborn daughter left without a father. Never once did I meet him, but every night when I look to the stars, I know that those are the same skies he too gazed upon. The same skies he used as his strength and guide. It was only natural that I follow in his footsteps, in spite of the objections from my mother, who did not wish to see her only daughter lost as well. And here I am in Eorzea, almost 2 decades later, pursuing a dream my father never lived to realize. A dream that has become my own. And now someone is trying to stop me. Well, just let them try, I say. Just let them try. Lady Leviva, a maiden of your beauty should not wander off without an escort. Monsters hide even in the shadows of the pillars. Maiden? Flattery will earn you nothing, Janaquinad, but I will accept it nonetheless. Tell me, what did the Vault say to our proposal? They accepted it. We've been given official permission by the Holy See to conduct a symposium on the wonders of Sharlayan astrology, with you as our guest speaker. Now come, we must hurry back to the Athenaeum and begin preparations. More than 15 summers to make ready for this moment, and now I only have a matter of days. So, I do need a shit ton of Tombstones of Poetics for Umbright, because I need 780 Umbright. In total. And each one costs 75 Tombstones of Poetics. Yeah. After. This has been a most beguiling past few moons. I must say, I truly did not expect the turns my fate has taken. I suppose that speaks much to my capacity as a reader of the heavens. I am not blind to what goes on in the Foundation, so I will not claim that my life is in any way difficult. But that does not mean I do not have my share of troubles, however trivial they may be. Being anything but first in line to a countship is not all whores and rainbows. The Count only truly cares about his newly appointed heir, just like the rest of the family. They expect great things from him. From me, they expect nothing. For a long time, I tried to prove that I could be as great as my cousin. It's why I went to Sharlayan. It is why I've tried to do things I had no business even trying. Then, once I realized no one was looking, simply stopped caring. My actions became more and more outlandish, because at the end of the day, that is what everyone expected. But when you two walked through that door and helped me realize that maybe life is more than the coffin that has been fitted for me, maybe the fate I believed was mine was not mine at all, and for helping me to see that after, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I have good news and bad news. The good news is preparations for the symposium on Sharlayan astrology have been progressing smoothly, as we've expectedly encountered very little resistance from the Vault. They've even gone to the trouble of securing us a spacious venue for the event. The bad news is the spacious venue in question lies in Falcon's Nest. Lest you wonder, I speak of the same frigid building site in the middle of nowhere that you will doubtless have heard so many good things about. Yes, my friend, that Falcon's Nest. Yet I suppose this may be a blessing in disguise. I'm just not certain what the blessing may be. Perhaps we should all make for the hamlet and see. The issue that I have with needing so many Tombstones of Poetics is not just that I need them for Heavensward relics, but I also need them for a Realm Reborn relic in order to do the books, because each book costs 100 Tombstones, so I need 900 per relic, as well as another 600 per relic for the Mahatma stage. So basically I need 1,500 Tombstones of Poetics per A Realm Reborn relic. I have 3 left. So that means that I need another 4,500. But I also need 4,500 to get the Umbright that I need. But I can only carry a maximum of 2,000 at a time. And the best way that I have for earning them is my main scenario roulette, where I can get perhaps 500, 450 to 500 tombstones. I can also do my 50, 60, 70 and my alliance. So I'm getting enough from all of my roulettes to do half an A Realm Reborn relic. I think. Yeah, that math is mathin'. Greetings, After. It appears that not only is our symposium to be held in a tiny hamlet malms away from civilization, crawling with people who cannot even spell astrology, let alone grasp how it works, but that no one in the whole town has even been informed of our arrival. The three of us have been spending the last bell speaking with whomever will listen, inviting them to attend the event so at least we won't be speaking to an empty forum. Oh, worry not, my friend. We've saved the Northern District just for you. Aya. Charlie in astrology, eh? You a heretic? 'Cause you're talking like one. Not only one kind of astrology in Ishgard, and it ain't the heathen kind. Considering as you're an unbeliever, I suppose the knights might allow you to yap and yammer. Cause too much commotion, you'll be disappeared like that other lad. And when was that? Bloody heretics. An outrider! And his wounds look deep. Is there a cutter nearby? There's me. They specifically wanted me to cast regen on him. What is this sorcery? My cuts, they knit themselves. Are you a healer, adventurer? If so, I have another request of you. There were others in my scouting party. We were all wounded, some of us more gravely than others. I fear that my fellow knights may be in grave danger. Would you seek them out and tend to them as you did me? I'll report to Sir Redwald. Fear that by the time he can muster reinforcements, several men will have perished. I'm kind of surprised that Astrologian doesn't involve time magic as well. Because, like, time magic is so significant to Final Fantasy lore. But at the moment, there isn't any kind of mage that specializes in time magic. And, like, I can understand that haste isn't something that they want to make easily available. But, like, having slow be quite significant, having stop instead of stun could be quite interesting to have. And, like, we've already got light speed as an Astra. I don't know, maybe you get stuff like that later on. But I don't think so. Yeah, not really. Let's summon the chicken bat. Oh, damn it, I got out of his aggro range. Okay. Chim Contendies is still working on it, though. And is going to kill it. How did you... It's as if it was never dealt a single wound. What manner of magics do you wield, friend? They're acting like they've never seen a conjurer or a white mage. Though I suppose they would have conjurers, but they wouldn't have white mages. Because white mages are only the Pajal. astromancy? But I thought the stars served only to grant us insight into the Horde's movements. Why are there not more astrologians in the field? You and your companions are in Falcon's Nest to discuss that very topic? Perhaps I can persuade others in the garrison to attend. Now, I must hurry back to the hamlet. My captain will want a full report of the day's happenings. Oh, I did do a few gates in Gold Saucer. And so I now have the minions from the current event, including the Domakin. So, yeah. We're not doing too badly on that event, even though I've not really focused it down yet. We can't really see what there is to sell. And like, I've done this challenge, but I've not done the Ultimog one, because that requires doing deep dungeons. Oh, but that's only once per event period. I could potentially have that done. I could potentially do that. It's getting to level 100, though. Because the quest that it requires for you to see what it even is to get to level 50 of a deep dungeon. Well, that may well be an entire set of streams, is just doing deep dungeon stuff, but I'd need people to play with for that, because I have no ether pool. Where have you been? When you did not return, we visited the northern gates and found the area astir with night activity. You left the hamlet to aid wounded scouts? You could have been killed, or eaten, or killed, then eaten, or eaten, and then killed. What's this? You say your display of astromancy has impressed the knights into attending our event. Ah. This may work to our advantage. If the knights begin clamoring for astrologians to be assigned to their ranks, then the sea may just listen. Let us find these good men and inform them that the symposium is about to commence. Yeah, there are more people queuing up for it, but I don't think there's that many people queuing up for like 1 to 10 and stuff like that. Those hoar-frosted balls! Not a single person came. I told you this was a terrible plan. Use the confusion from the jam-packed symposium to approach the target, she says. You'll have her out of the hamlet before her companions even know she's gone, she says. Even a blind babe could have seen that no one would gather for a talk on astrology in the middle of swiving. Ah, the astrologian who tended to my wounds. As you can see, both me and my fellow knight made swift recoveries. Thanks to your wonderful magics, of course. Huh? Reinforcements from the garrison never arrived. Reinforcement... Oh, yes, I spoke with Sir Redwolf myself. Perhaps he felt there was no need for reinforcements after I convinced him what an able healer you were. Yes, that's it. That's most certainly the reason. Yes. And as much as we would like to attend, the captain has already assigned us to another mission. I apologize to you and your companions. Perhaps we can make the next symposium? Carry on, then. Wow, that's that then. The vault wins. Do not think of it as such, Lady Lviva. This is but one hurdle we must leap. The vault wants us to stop and turn around, and they'll continue placing hurdles before us until we do. But we cannot let that discourage us. We must carry on until we reach our destination, or they run out of hurdles. You cry over hurdles. You know not how lucky you were. Did you come for the symposium? No. I wouldn't let anyone see me at that gathering. I'd be branded an heretic and sent to witch drop. Or worse, they'd just slit my throat and toss me out to the beasts. Like as they did for that other astrologian from the old world. The other astrologian? When was this? When you reach my age, all the summers melt together. My hair still had colour, so it must have been at least a score. Mayhap more, mayhap less. There was an astrologian who was... But it was long ago. Could not have been anyone you knew. We cannot dwell on the past. We must needs find a way to interpret the cards we have been dealt, so that they might benefit the present. Our present. No. It could not have been anyone I knew. I never had the chance to... Daddy! Daddy wasn't there. You are right, Janet Quinnard. We mustn't let the vault, or bandits, or closed minds prevent us from achieving that what we came for. The stars will point the way. You can't see them. Those are clouds, you dumb fucker. And we will help the people of Ishgard see that as well. Okay, so now I need to get back to the Athenium. You may have noticed when I was teleporting around a little bit earlier that I have a decent stockpile of Aetherite tickets now. Thanks to doing some A Realm Reborn hunts and getting the allied seals as well as Centurio seals. Lady Lviva did not take the old man's recollection of the slain astrologian well at all. I understand that hearing of a fellow colleague's death might unnerve someone, but you would think she had lost her father. Oh. Oh, Janet Quinnard, what have you done? I will not live down this offence. You see, the astrologian of whom the old man spoke, it so happens that I knew him well. His name was Rufin. He was my friend and confidant when I studied in Charlian. My only friend. He followed me back to Ishgard when my stay in the city-state was cut short by the Exodus. His dream was to rekindle interest in the forgotten techniques which gave rise to the Ishgardian astrology. This was a time when the Holy See was even more opposed to foreign ideas than they are now. That evening I discovered him bleeding at his bureau. It was one of the saddest in my life. But even at the hour of his death, Rufin remained strong, and he made me promise that I would not let his dream fade because of the closed-minded. Not that has gone particularly well thus far. Yet perhaps, if we reach a greater accord with the stars, they will to show us the way forward. Yes, that sounds exactly... The Vault went and outdid themselves. The location for our next symposium, the Convictory, a makeshift camp for a band of bickering knights. I've spoken at length with Lady Lviva about how we might handle this second inconvenience so as not to meet the same fate that we did in Falcon's Nest. I fear the worst, but the lady believes that we may be approaching this all wrong, that we should embrace the situation and use it to our advantage. I believe she's merely unaccustomed to the thin alpine air and her wits are not in order. Perchance we should make for the camp and see for ourselves? That's not what I wanted to do. Where the fuck is the Convictory? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, it's where the dragon killers are. Right. No problem. No problem. So yeah, these quests so far haven't been taking too long. But I don't know how the ones towards the end are going to be. If we can get through a job in like an hour without me faffing about, then I can potentially do a few each stream. If it takes like 2 hours, we might only get 2 done. Tread lightly after. This is not the work of bandits. Quimprin's hurts were dealt by the convictors. You were assaulted by the men sworn to protect us? This is madness! The Vault led the knights to believe that a party of astrologians would be arriving to aid them in scrying the location of the Horde's next attack. They took out their frustration on poor Quimprin when they learned I can foretell the whims of a dragon about as well as I can those of Janaquinad. But no, we must not let this discourage us. If words have no weight with these men, then let our magics do the speaking. Okay. By healing them. Sure. There you go. But you're an astrologian. You can't heal people. That's not what astrologians do. Hold on one moment. I just gotta go deal with something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Use the opportunity as a chance to go to the toilet and stuff as well. So, let's get this back in gear. The pain! It's gone! How did you... My wounds? It's as if they were never there. Wait, who's going to believe that I slew a dragon if I haven't the wounds to show for it? I don't know whether to thank you or slit your throat. I suppose I wouldn't be able to do either if you hadn't healed me with those queer magics. So this day, I see fit to forgive you. Moonbreeder? Is that you? You. What's wrong, Lviva? Have you tapped too deeply into your mental reserves? Perhaps you should take a moment of respite. That blood is not the knight's. Ah, the loyal lapdog. Without you to state the obvious, where would your masters be, pray tell? You again. One might think these markings would betray my identity, but you Eorzeans have a singular capacity to look without seeing. I'm amazed you're not constantly wandering into bonfires or off cliffs. I've grown weary of this masquerade, and I'm done with entrusting my fate to this realm's blundering mercenaries. My name is Seelie, and I am here to take the Lady Lviva into custody so that she can be transported back to Sharlayan and tried for her crimes. Taken into custody? On whose authority? You are here without permission of the Forum, performing acts which amount to treason. Your grandfather has already been detained and questioned. I'm giving you the opportunity to turn yourself in and put an end to this farce once and for all. Do as I say and no one will be harmed, yourself included, Lady Lviva. But, Lady Lviva, I thought you and your grandfather were dispatched on an official expedition. It seems that Lviva has not told you everything. Shit, fuck. Are they leaving you? What else are they leaving you out of, Janaquinna de Durandare? But silence! I don't know what she said. This is my final warning. When you see me again, you will either give yourself up, or you will die at my blade. Think on that, Lviva. After. Lady Lviva's wound is deep. I do not believe I can heal it on my own. Lend me your aid. Thank you, my friends. For someone who claimed she was hired to bring me back to Sharlayan, her aim was quite true. Lady Lviva, this Seelie claimed that you are not here with the blessing of the Forum. Is that so? Why did you not see fit to mention this? My grandfather knew the Forum would never allow us to come to Ishgard, and that their contemplation over the matter was merely a tactic to stall and discourage us. The stars had spoken to my grandfather, and he was not about to turn a deaf ear to them. I kept silent because I did not wish to let the petty politicking of men thousands of miles to the north stand in the way of our dream. Our dream to spread the word of Sharlayan astrology. And such was my father's dream, until he was killed for it by a close-minded peasants. But Rufin never once spoke ill of those he wished to enlighten, even at his end. How do you know my father's name? Your father and I became close friends when I was in Sharlayan. When the Exodus forced me to return home, he asked if he could accompany me, saying that he wished to try and convince those who once believed in the star's power to look to the skies again, and we did for several moons. My countrymen were deeply skeptical and slow to warm to the idea of heathen magics. Some were even rude, but he never gave up on them, right up until he was... I was there during your father's last moments. I heard a commotion come from his room late one night and went in to check, only to find him bleeding and slumped over his diary, which he was writing when he was attacked. With his last strength, he handed me the diary and asked that I do not blame my people, that I continue our work. I believe this belongs to you now. Sorry, I've been adjusting my chair, which can be loud. Do not know if I can forgive those who killed my father. I do not expect you to forgive us yet, but knowing that he did, even at the moment of his death, perhaps will help you one day understand. You have always reminded me of Rufin, even before I knew he was your father. Your passion for your discipline equals his own, or may even exceed it. Father, did you know what fate awaited you in this realm? Did you see all this? Did the stars have you merely paved the way for me? If they did, then I shall not allow anyone to stand in our way. You are right, good man, and so I shall allow this breach of etiquette. But if you fail to address Lady Leviva properly again, I'll have you spit-shining the privy back at Durandare Manor. Oh, leave him be, Janaquinad. Without Quimprin here, I'd have been tied up and shipped back to the old world moons ago. The stars have him here with me. He's not going anywhere, and neither am I. I'm done with symposiums. It's not what my father wanted. He came here not to speak of astrology. He came here to use it. So that is what I shall do. There are still many convictors who can benefit from these magics. And what a better way to convince people of your greatness than by ensuring they remain alive long enough to sing your praises. Jan, will you tell me of my father? I would be delighted, my lady. Unless, that is, you mean now, as I have a prior engagement with a pair of lovely baronesses from House Zamil, and I would not wish to keep them waiting. So, even if I don't get to do Scholar today, I definitely want to do White Mage job quests next, because that'll help me to do some more dungeons. But do I really need it, given that White Mage is my highest level? Or would I rather have Machinist, because then I'll do more damage? To think that my old friend Rufin may have seen what grim fate awaited him in Ishgard, but chose to come anyway, knowing that it would inspire both me and his daughter. God, sometimes these celestial machinations are simply too grand in scope to grasp. However, if it is as we believe, then we must, as Quimprin so bluntly stated, make sure that naught disrupt us on our path to that fate. Perhaps it is time I reveal to you a more powerful form of Malefic, so that you might be better prepared for the trials that are to follow. That furrow upon your brow suggests you could have used this spell earlier in your training. In retrospect, I would be inclined to agree. So yeah, that's just a more powerful damage over time. I'm happy to report that Lviva is fine and well, and hasn't been attacked by bandits, dastards, curs, Sharlayan spies, or disgruntled knights once since her last encounter at the Convictory. After restoring health to all the Convictors so that they might return to getting wounded again, she journeyed northwest into the Dravanian Forelands. If that journey was without incident, she should be in Tailfeather now, tending to the chocobo hunters there. Might I suggest that we go and join her? I don't think that any of these jobs go to Azisla, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Arthur, it's good to see you again. I pray you've not been neglecting your training. Now, you may be wondering why I chose Tailfeather of all places to visit next. Well, the truth of the matter is, I did not choose it at all. It chose me. The hunters here somehow heard of what we had done at the Convictory and placed a formal request to have me come and tend to the hamlet's wounded. I'd like to believe this proof that word of the benefits of Sharlayan astrology is slowly but surely spreading throughout the realm. But enough talk. There are still many ailing souls that require succor. Would you and Janaquinid mind assisting me again as you did in the Western Highlands? An honest healer? Here in Tailfeather? Now I have seen everything. I don't know who you are, but you're good in my book. Praise the 12, I'm healed! These men and women have chosen a horrendously dangerous profession. The chocobo's talons can rip open flesh to the bone, and a single kick can knock an otherwise hale hunter out for a senite, if he survives it. Many of them seemed surprised, grateful of course, but surprised that we were here helping them. Does the hamlet not have its own healers? Do the Temple Knights not dispatch their hospitaliers this far from Ishgard? The Holy See only cares for the war with the dragons. It cannot be bothered with a handful of hunters, despite the fact these hunters are its citizens. I was told on my arrival that they manage with makeshift poultices created using herbs gathered from around the hamlet. When the wounds are more severe, they turn to their sole barber, who, well, is also the local butcher. I'm sorry. My frustration with the situation coupled with the day's efforts have been slightly draining. Might I be allowed a few moments of respite? Quimprin, after. Would you be so kind as to accompany the lady on her stroll? It's been far too long since the Sharlayan assassin showed her face, and a reading I conducted earlier this morning showed a day rife with conflict and confusion. This is so much easier having flight. I fucking love it. I'm glad you came after. There's something important I must tell you. Since Janaquinid gave me my father's journal, I've spent my nights poring over his writings, trying to piece together what I could about his life. It appears that he was hardworking and just. He trusted all and truly wanted to help people in need. He believed that knowledge should not be hoarded like food, but shared among the intellectually starved. He also knew that there were those who would see him stopped, persons who used their influence to trick and frighten the Forum into believing that knowledge should be kept at one's breast, persons who saw my father as a threat. His final few entries all speak of how he feared for his life, of how one man in particular was working to see him dead. That man's name is not important. For in the end, it turned out your father was killed by the very people he was foolish enough to trust. People who, in their slaying of a good man, proved they were unworthy of the knowledge he so freely offered them. And now, here you are, making the same mistake as he. Continue with this foolishness, and you too will suffer his fate. Do not dare talk of my father as if you knew him. You know nothing. Your mind is as closed as the minds of those back in the old world who believed that hiding in their books will shield them from the pain and suffering of the real world. Such passion. It's a pity it remains misdirected. My employer only wishes to see you back, safe in Sharlayan. The Forum recognizes your talent. You're an asset to our nation and its people. We would have you live a long and prosperous life so that you may rise even higher than your father ever had the opportunity to. But we both know you are far too stubborn to take this gift so graciously offered. You'd rather fight. And you know, so would I. No more games, Laviva. Let us end this, right here, right now, with your precious stars as our witness. Spare no one, not even the girl. There's definitely going to be more waves than this, right? Oh, this is Malefic. Oh, okay, so Malefic isn't... no, Combust is my damage over time. Malefic is my just normal attack. My bad. I got confused. We're getting some help from the hunters. Nice. The hunters are going to be able to do more damage than I can. I kind of like the way that this looks. Gruntamulus Dindergravel. What the fuck is one of them? It's a amazing name, but very confusing. Yeah, that should die without me having to do anything. Quimperin isn't dead yet, so we'll be fine. Are you all right? I heard the commotion and came as quickly as I could. Not as quickly as these four. You remember, the hunters so gravely wounded not less than a bell ago? If memory serves me, they could barely lift a finger, let alone rush headlong into a heated battle and help turn the tide. Don't be too hard on the silk shirt. Turns out we didn't need his help anyway. Who'd have thought, eh? Real life fighting astrologians. Now I truly have seen everything. Dindergrabble. Say that and tell me it isn't inspired by Simlish. Fuck knows, man. Leviva! I dare say those men would not have risked their lives had they little respect for us or our craft. You were right. Our actions here have done more to promote Sharlayan astrology than any long-winded discourse. Why, I expect this very night the tale of your daring deeds will be told 100 times over in mead halls across the Forelands. Which means it will not be long before the Forum is heard as well. We Sharlayans may have officially abandoned this realm, but our ears remain. If the one who hired Sealy is who I think it is, then I expect naught less than a formal edict of extradition to be issued. An edict of extradition? But Sharlayan has no power to force Ishgard to deliver you into their hands. Furthermore, what exactly is it that you've done wrong? But allowed others to partake in our great nation's bottomless wealth of knowledge, as I did more than 15 summers ago when I studied in her halls. Things changed after you left, Janaquinnet. Many even believe it was my father's death that tipped the scales in favor of closing Sharlayan's doors and locking away all our knowledge. If the Forum deems it so, I could be arrested and imprisoned for the theft of national resources. And I see no reason why your Holy See, who has already shown its disdain for our efforts, would stand in its way. So what do we do? Your grandfather, your father, have given up so much to see you here. We cannot just concede defeat. Now that we've finally begun to make headway. I never said we would, Jan. I have no intention of giving up or giving in. Doing so would be to deny the sacrifices made by my father and grandfather. The stars have shown me the path I must take. There is no other. And it begins back at Tailfeather, healing those who aided us. I'll see the two of you in Ishgard once I've settled matters here. Whimperin will see I arrive unharmed. How did it go with the dog person? It went alright, yeah. They didn't find any issues. They asked us some questions about, like, would we take in a dog with health issues, or be like an emergency fosterer if they just need to get a dog out of wherever it is as soon as possible. And of course, Neff said yes to pretty much anything in order to get a dog. I mean, that sounds a bit dismissive. We would honestly be an emergency foster quite happily, and we would be quite happy to have a dog with health issues, depending on what those health issues are. The main thing that we don't particularly want is a dog that we would know isn't going to live for very long, because Neff, relatively recently lost her family's dog, and that's still quite sharp for her. Understandably. Lady Leviva still has not returned from Tailfeather. Oh, but do not worry. I've had word that she simply intends to stay a few turns of the sun longer. What we should be worrying about, however, is the Forum and their pending decision on our companion's extradition. If an official edict is drafted, I fear that we may find ourselves at the mercy of the Vault, and if that were to happen, there will be little we can do to keep Leviva here, short of starting a war. If only we had more time! When I was studying in Sharlayan, I heard whispers of an ancient astromantic spell which could stop time and the very movements of the heavens. All my professors denied it existed, of course. Oh, okay, so they do have time magic. Or is that supposed to be what the collective unconscious is? Word of Lady Leviva's charity has begun spreading, my friend. I've attended more than one luncheon where it was positively dripping off the tongues of all the good lords and ladies. And the knights, oh, the knights. They've started rumbling about why magics that not only heal the wounded, but also enhance the strength of the healthy are not being employed to save the lives of those on the front lines. Needless to say, the Vault is not amused. Their plan to have us fade into obscurity has rebounded upon them. Now they're scrambling to twist this situation to their advantage. Listen, the Vault would have us officially attend an operation currently underway in the Western Highlands village of Hemlock. The settlement was abandoned after the calamity and has since been overrun with beasts of all manner. The Holy See seeks to reclaim it, and my uncle, the Count, has generously volunteered his knights to clear the area of any remaining threats. It's a win-win for the Vault. The operation is small enough and far enough away from the capital that even if it is a success, no one will pay it half a mind. But the Vault will also be able to say that they answered the pleas of the knights. If for any reason the operation were to fail, then the Vault would be able to attribute the failure to the astrologian presence, and turn the high houses against Lady Leviva. I spoke with the lady about this, but she said she was not interested in the politics of the situation, only that it was her duty to aid people in need. We should speak with her, and soon. Let's make haste to Hemlock. I can't... Yeah. Oh no, that's not where I thought it was. Interesting. Once again, God, these are some big maps. So what's... Oh, okay, that's in order to get in here, I guess. If I didn't have flight at this point. We severely underestimated the strength of our enemies, and now my men and women find themselves overwhelmed. The tight wedges we've had at the day's onset have all degraded into small knots of fighting, and the number of wounded is growing faster than our chaplains can heal them. Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Where am I? Where's my company? I must return to them. I shan't forget this, astrologian. Forever in your debt. You have my thanks. There must still be many who require succor. I heard a woman scream beyond this very boulder not moments before you arrived. Well, hey. Oh no, I'm doing less damage. Whatever will I do? Who the fuck? What have we here? Sylvester, you who vowed never to set foot in this barbarian land again? Unless... Clever girl. Yes, it was I who hired Sealy to bring you back to Sharlayan. And if you had come back with us quietly, you'd be free right now, rather than a wanted criminal facing a trial, imprisonment, even execution, depending on what you've told these tamed savages of yours. Yes, my dear, I offered you a chance, and you foolishly refused. The edict has been issued, and I am here to collect you. Though I must place some of the blame for that on our friend Sealy. Had she not insisted on playing games, perhaps you would have displayed reason back in the Black Shroud. Instead, she merely added fuel to a fire already hot with your inherent stubbornness. And now I am forced to make the journey to this filthy realm to clean up her mess. And I suppose that starts with these companions of yours. After, take Jannaquinid and leave, right now. Neither of you are ready for the magics of the variety he wields. What of you, my lady? I'm going to reclaim my father's journal. Brave. Your father was brave. Your father is also dead. Lady Lviva. Ah, now I understand Sealy's frustration. This realm is truly overrun with vermin. How we suffered here for so long, I'll never know. Very well, Lviva. You leave me no choice. You may already know we've questioned Mace regarding your unauthorized passage into Eorzea. What you may not know is that we still hold him in the dark cells. Just as a precautionary measure, of course. We'd not want to see him flee again before the trial. Now, your grandfather is not as spry as he used to be, and I'm uncertain how long the sanity of a man of his age will last in complete darkness. Though, the longer you delay, the closer we come to finding out. If you wish to see your grandfather released, you will come to the abandoned city in the Dravanian hinterlands. There, my airship will be waiting to take you back to the old world, where you will be tried. Fairly, of course. I suppose you could run, but know that doing so would have grave consequences for your grandfather, and possibly your mother as well, and we would still eventually find you. Wait, my father's diary! You may still be close. Wait here. Lady Lviva, who was that? I have the strangest feeling I should know him from somewhere. Sylvestra, leader of the Bibliotheques, a powerful group of conservative fundamentalists who seek to control the whole of Sharlayan's knowledge. They believe that our people should not become involved in history, only be witness to it, then analyze it until all the lives lived and lost are but numbers on a page. You may remember Sylvester Jannaquinid because he is the selfsame man who has pushed for old Sharlayan to batten its doors and has used my father's death as his rallying cry. And now I'm certain that he had my father killed. Near the end of my father's diary, he mentions being contacted by a young Sylvester, who happened to be an older classmate of his when they were both at the studium. Sylvester, looking to make a name for himself as a politician, warned my father against continuing to disseminate knowledge of Sharlayan astrology in Eorzea. A warning my father, of course, did not heed. Soon after, several attempts were made upon my father's life. When he subsequently looked into the matter, he discovered that there was a price on his head, and that Sylvester had put it there. I discovered a contract signed by the wretch folded in my father's journal. He had planned on revealing it to the Forum on his return, but he never had the chance. Janaquinid, my father gave you that journal before he died, but you never once opened it? I did not think it was mine to read. But what you say, if it's true, we must get that diary back. Come, it seems the fighting has died down. Let us report to the captain of the knights, then return to Ishgard so that we may plan our next move. Many lives were saved because of you. This is what we can expect from Sharlayan astrology. I see no reason why we shouldn't have knights trained in the field. I'll recommend this to the Lord Commander. I suspect he'll be pleased to see the day won with so few casualties. If you require our services again, you need only ask. Come after. Let us hasten back to Ishgard. What level was this quest? Was this 58? Yeah! Moments ago, we received a missive from the commander of my father's guard. He thanked us again for our assistance in Hemlock, and has formally requested that Lady Laviva train several of his knights in Sharlayan astrology. The vault, however, remains silent, and I believe this silence to be calculated. If the edict issued for Lady Laviva's extradition has arrived, they need only turn a blind eye to Sylvester's actions, until he has spirited the lady from the realm, and people simply forget she was ever here. But we're not going to let that happen, are we, my lady? I'm sorry, Janaquinid, but I no longer see how we cannot. Sylvester has my grandfather. He's threatened to take my mother, and he now has the one thing that could have saved them both, my father's journal. No, Janaquinid, I cannot deny my fate any longer. I've done several readings since our return, and every one is the same. Deceit, manipulation, submission. My path is clear. You, however, can carry on. Sylvester has no authority over you, or you after. See that my father's dream is fulfilled. Promise me that much. I shall promise you that and more, my lady. Quimperin and I will see you to the place of meeting, and do whatever possible to make certain this Sylvester keeps his word. You know that by attending me you put yourself in danger. He has shown he will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in his way, and now that he knows I know of his involvement in my father's death, but still you would stand by my side in my last moments in Eorzea. I do not deserve friends such as you. After, Aether is the building block of all that surrounds us, meaning that everything is connected. Someone closely attuned with that ether can, in a sense, link themselves with others, feeling their joy, their pain. Scholars of the soul call this empathy. Crystal gazers and card readers call it the Wheel of Fortune. We astrologians call it collective unconsciousness. Whatever you call it, I feel that bond with you. Both of you. Thank you. I'm quite aware that the mere notion of accompanying Laviva to the answering quarter is bordering on absurd, but I cannot in good faith abandon our good friend in her time of need, not after all we've been through. I am joyed to see that you've come to the same conclusion as well. You two are foolish. I would not trade friends such as you for all the gold in the Aurum Vale. But there is no gold in the... My lady, might I ask you entertain a second opinion? You said... Second option. You said that your father's diary contained a document which implicates Sylvester in Rufin's murder. What if, and I fully understand the enormity of this if, but what if Sylvester still has yet to lay eyes on that document? Suppose he only took the diary to provoke you. If we could somehow retrieve it before you boarded his airship, then we would have a bargaining chip of our own. But this man is the leader of the bibliotheques. Their sole purpose in life is the hoarding of knowledge. Of course he read the diary, and knowing Sylvester, the document would have been set to flame the moment he discovered it. Unless we told him that there was another document, one that I removed from the diary to have examined, one that was not in the diary when he stole it. Of course, there is no such page, but it would be easy enough to draft something up from the memory of what I saw. Something that would appear official from a distance. It just might work, though there is also the chance that he may simply attempt to take the document by force. Were that to happen, we'd be fortunate to escape with our lives. Sylvester is a formidable astrologian. Some say he even possesses the power to stop time. But I thought those were only... No, you mustn't think of that. There's little time left before the scheduled meeting in the answering quarter. Lady Leviva's plan is all we have. If we are to save both her and her family, we must act, and trust that the stars will guide us to victory. So where the fuck am I going? Okay. You know what I should do that would give us some Tombstones of Poetics? Coils of Bahamut. And I can blast through them relatively quickly, I believe. Except maybe... the first coil 5 and second coil 4 or second coil 5. Basically the big boss at the end of each one. Nigh on 15 summers have come and gone since I last set foot on the path of contemplation. Yet this place appears as if it hasn't been inhabited for centuries. Nature is the greatest of levelers, Janaquinard. She provides us with what we need, but when we are done with it, she's quick to take back what is, and always has been, rightfully hers. There is still time before Sylvester is to arrive. I'd like to take a walk and see where my father lived. Just knowing that I tread the same ground as he may grant my mind peace. Well, then might I suggest a rooftop garden directly to the south of here? Your father and I would spend many a night there, gazing up at the stars, and prattling on about our dreams into the small hours. It is where he first told me of your mother, your birth mother, not the aunt who cared for you after Lady Breda died in labour, and the child she was carrying. Wonder if my father knew that one day I would be here, standing under the same sky he did. Did he know that he would have a daughter who was as stubborn as he? A daughter who put her life and the lives of those she loved in danger because of an unfulfilled dream? I think he did. And I think that if he were here now, he would be proud. Proud that I at least tried. Proud that I did not let fate control me, but that I rather walked hand in hand with that fate down a path my father left. Not only for me, but for all those who would carry in their hearts the same dream. I believe he would be as well, Lady Lviva. Though I did not fully realize it until recently, these past moons, it has been as if Rufin was here by my side once again. The passion, the stubbornness, the talent. Did not think he would stand idly by as Sylvester had his way, and so I believe neither should we. Thank you, Jan. I know I've been hard on you, but it's only because you were an incompetent astrologian with an aversion to training, not because you were anything but a good man, and a good friend. Now, let us see what the stars have in mind for us today. Sylvester is not a man to be late. He will be here. Let him come. Ever so predictable, Lviva. I'm sorry to inform you, there's been a change of plans. There will be no return to your homeland, no tear-filled reunion with your grandfather, no trial, only a sentence. And that sentence shall be carried out here, by mine hand. You see, after reading your father's diary, it became clear that you and your wretched friends know too much. You would not believe how long I've been searching for that document. The last one that connected me to your father's unfortunate accident. I tracked down and had all the others destroyed, but this one has eluded me for almost 2 decades. The last? Jan, after. It appears we are left with but a single path. There was only ever one, my lady. We shall see it to the end. Just keep hitting him, just keep hitting him. I'm loving this haste that I've got. Ah, so long haste. Bye-bye. Wait. If you wish to see your grandfather live, you will not kill me. That was never our intention, Sylvester. No, I only wish to ask a few simple favors. The first being the return of my father's diary. You will then send word back to the old world to have my grandfather released immediately. And finally, you will return to Charlian and report to the forum that I have disappeared and am presumed deceased. Fail to do these things, and I shall tell the forum all I know of your involvement in my father's death. I doubt they will be as generous with their mercy as I. And what? You shall remain here and continue to spread our knowledge across this worm-eaten realm like it was sweet cream butter? You know not what you do. The barbarians of this realm have shown that they can only use knowledge to destroy each other. They corrupt it, they lessen it, and then they forget it. They never once have shown they are worthy of the knowledge they so defile. And yet you would still give it to them. Very well, I shall do as you ask. But know that the forum is ever listening, ever watching. Should you continue your escapades here in Ishgard, they will find out. And they will send others until they have succeeded where I have failed. Then you'd best make certain they do not. You're a powerful man who also happens to be a master of lies and deceit. I pray the task should not prove too difficult. And if it does, well then, I can always show them what manner of a man you truly are. I do not think there will be any need for that. Sylvester, however wicked, is not a fool. He will not sacrifice what he has spent the past 2 decades building over a girl he, even with his back to the cobbles, sees as an inferior. Especially if you've offered him a means of accomplishing it without causing him to lose face. His pride, of course, will ache, but it's naught a little wine cannot cure. You're right, Jenna Quinnett. Something I never thought I would admit, at least out loud. So, does this mean you'll remain in the sea and continue your teachings? Of course I will. There is the pending contract with House Durandare, my obligations to the Convictors and the Hunters of Tailfeather, and then, of course, there's the matter of your incomplete training. If memory serves me, you have still only opened half of the Heaven's Gates. Well, things did not go completely as planned, but we arrived at the fate intended for us nonetheless. Now, the question is, what do we do with this fate we've been granted? I believe this warrants another reading, but perhaps after we've had a bite to eat. Wrong. This should give us the Astro armor set. For glams! Ah, after. You're just in time to greet the Athenium's newest member. May I present you with Lord Rufin? Why the surprise? Ah, but I believe I know the answer. Your senses are doubtless reeling from having witnessed poor Lady Leviva's tragic end in the hinterlands. Wink. Contrary to popular opinion, I was not murdered at all, but merely on a long and winding journey that has finally brought me back to Ishgard, so that I may teach the secrets of Sharlayan astrology once again. I mean to show the people that fate is a path that need not be walked in darkness, that the stars can be used to light the way. And my first lesson, that those who oppose this celestial guidance shall find their foes burning on and on without end. You're... Cool. And there are now no more job quests until we get to Stormblood. Yeah. Sweet. You good, Bean? Yeah. You put the tent up. Proud.
All by myself.
Yeah. I am dressed up as an interesting witch. I really like having the sponge silky with this. It looks like a familiar. Love it. Okay, well, yeah, that's that done. Of course. Oh, apparently the boots were not better. But everything else that I have there is. So, what do I want to do next? Do I want to do White Mage? The thing is that I need to unlock a dungeon. To be fair, I actually need to unlock 3 dungeons. Okay. So, we've got the Gods of Eld here, which is for some trials. I mean, to be fair, those trials shouldn't be too long, and that would be some both experience and Tombstones of Poetics for a first clear. So if we grab that, that'd probably be good. I'm going to continue Sky Pirates, which will unlock the Alliance raids for Heavensward. Ah, my Lady After. During your absence, a stranger came calling. Upon learning that you were away, he left a message to the effect that he wishes to speak with you and will await you at the Rising Stones. If you have a mind to oblige this stranger, please be careful. I cannot well explain why, but it puts me ill at ease to simply be near him. Mordona. Because we now have more blue quests in here as well. So we've got Thornton's Reign. Okay, this will unlock the extreme version of the Singularity Reactor. Greetings, After. Yon bard has been gazing forlornly at the door for days, awaiting your return to the seventh heaven. Pray, be so kind as to indulge the suffering fool and favour him with one of your epic tales. It seems his inspiration has run dry once more, and only a draught of your most excellent adventuring vintage will slake his creative thirst. After, at last, in muted agony have I lingered, longing to hear the hero herself speak of her epic deeds in Ishgard and beyond. The frozen tundra you braved, and into the vault of the heavens you ascended, to a sacred peak, both temple and tomb, to a ruined city reborn and resettled, to a citadel of the ancients you ventured, parting the misty veil of millennia. The journey made by you and your companions has made its mark upon the stars, and I would hear the tale in its entirety. Your words have worked a miracle upon my melancholy heart. New verses arise unbidden and threaten to spill from my lips. My harp! I must have my harp! The song of war twixt worm and man, some 1,000 years ago began, when mortals grasped for godly might, defaming name of king and knight. In Azisla, for woe or weal, did holy will meet righteous steel, and went thence has high divinity, compelled by light to bend the knee. What say you? Have I captured the spirit of your triumph? Pray, forgive any small liberties I may have taken with the details. One cannot evoke the proper picture of your glory without a certain measure of embellishment. Cool, so that's our first Heavensward Extreme. And then, good, the only thing in here is the triads. My thanks for coming. Ukalai is my name, and I serve a friend. I sought you out that I might alert you to the rising threat of the beings known as icons. You are aware of the threat, you say? Ah, but I speak not of the primals, with which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know that the term icon, and the beings to which it refers, precede the Guardian Empire by eras. You see, it is the name by which the Allagans called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them, and the Garleans, who seek to emulate the glory of ancient Allag, have simply availed themselves of it. Pray, permit me to continue the tale. Ah, Urianger, how kind of you to join us. As the Warrior of Light's comrade, my participation is to be but expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of this star. The icons of Eld, in the distant past, these mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Allagan Empire. However, they eventually fell to the men of Allag, who devised the means by which to capture them. And it did not end with capture, as you well know, for the Allagans also learned to harness the Icon's power. They refined this knowledge at the Aetherochemical Research Facility on Azisla, and within the centrifugal crystal engine they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad. 'Twas first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek Azisla. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confine the icons were severely damaged. Doubt not but that they will fail completely ere long. Know that we do not condemn you for striking down the Archbishop. you were simply fulfilling your destiny. And yet, were the Warring Triad to be released into the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. And take heart, for there is hope still. Through swift action, we may yet prevent their awakening and see them resealed. But in dealing with this new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods are returned, I fear summoned once more by their worshippers, and at a strength far surpassing their previous incarnations. I speak of the primals Ravana and Bismarck. If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the Icon's awakening. To wit, we must needs vanquish both their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus thy gaze upon the primals, ere we turn our attention to those icons and their fitful slumber. I shall return to the waking sounds forthwith and consider such measures as are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the primals. Young Unukalhai shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy, for the time being at least. Okay, so we're going to start with both Bismarck and Ravana. If we are to prevent the awakening of the Warring Triad, then Bismarck must be cast down once more. I'm aware of the rather unorthodox method you employed to lure out and slay the White Whale before, and had a mind to follow established precedent. That said, islands are not easy to come by. I should hope it is not necessary, but you may as well show this gemstone to Chief Sonu. He will know it as the weeping eye of the Manuk Manai, and it will ensure that he is completely committed to our cause. Oh, and before you ask, I have already informed Master Garland of our plans. He's currently en route to the Blue Window. As you prepare yourself for battle, so too does Ravana. Within Thokas Thok he builds his strength, feeding upon the prayers of his innumerable children. But those same children will not suffer you to live should you surrender yourself to them a second time. Nay, you must devise a new way of approaching the Lord of the Hive's domain. Consult with the storyteller, the Elder of the Vath, and he will aid you in this endeavour. Take this bauble. 'Tis known among the Nath as the Burning Eye of Ravana. When the time comes, you'll know what to do. Sweet, well, I need to head to Camp Cloudtop anyway, but before I do that, is there anything else that I can pick up whilst I'm here? I think the issue I'm going to have is going to be with the fact that there's so many repeatable quests. Okay, I don't think there's any other blues here. But where is the quest for Lost City Hard? Okay, it's in Gridania. I guess that makes sense. To Gridania! It's the only one that I need that is unlocked, not from a Heavensward zone, I believe. I mean, that being said... no, it is. It's the only one that I haven't unlocked from A Realm Reborn regions. So... I guess he's in Old Gridania. I don't know where I'm gonna have to go. Oh, okay. Conjurer's Guild. Got it. Understood. Yeah, and that's the only one. Sweet. Full glad am I of your presence after, and the Twelveswood has need of your potent arts once more. Following your deeds in the lost city of Amdapor, we had thought the darkness lifted, its haunting walls freed from nightmare. Thus did we enter the ruins, the elementals at our side, intent upon returning that decaying edifice to the forest, only for our immortal companions to withdraw without warning. From their agitated whisperings, we later gleaned that an entity of daunting power yet lingers within the bowels of the city. And until this being is put down, the elementals appear loath to return. I pray you, visit Rhea Osena, where she waits at Camp Tranquil, and answer her plea for assistance. That's not the right one. That's the right one. You're just leave quests. You're also just leave quests. Yeah. Ah, Master A Tower's successor is come. To no other would I entrust this task. Lest you wonder, I do not doubt your success in expunging the darkness which took root in the ruins before. The heart of that evil was excised without the question, but it would seem that some other power lay dormant beneath the stones all the while, its presence invisible to our senses. Plainly, however, that power is now very much awake. The elementals' panic attests to that. Quieting them will be no small task. While my fellows and I endeavour to persuade the elementals to rejoin us, I would have you venture into the city once more. Find the source of this new disturbance, and do what must be done. The wood whaler Alphane yet stands guard at the gate. I dare say he has not forgotten you. Ask, and he will let you pass. When I heard about this new trouble in the Lost City, I thought you might be back. Not one to leave a job half finished, eh? Where you stepping there? Aught fit to frighten an elemental is not to be taken lightly, be you favoured of the Seed Seers or not. Okay. Well... really want a size and afflatus misery, so we're going to do white mage next. We're going to do it. Let's do it. Master, you could not have come at a better time. We have dire need of your aid. There isn't time to explain. Know but that trouble is afoot, and I would ask you to meet me at the Guardian Tree. Guardian Tree Central, right? My thinking is that if I can get Afflatus Misery and a size, I can then do the trials a lot easier. Like, a size just on its own makes it so much easier because it's both a damage and healing skill. How fares the Great One? Unchanged from before, I'm afraid. He repeats the same words over and over. Then it falls to us to glean their meaning very well. After, you'll recall the time we performed the quieting and quelled the Great One's rage. Since that day, we have continued communing with him to ensure that all is well. And it was, until recently. I'm afraid to say that an unsettling change came over the Great One some days ago. He is taken to repeating the same words to us. The taint floodeth the forest, its beating heart to befoul. After some inquiries and research, we were able to learn that the Great One has spoken these words before, during the time of A Tower Kant. Immediately, we were made to wonder, when Master A Tower embarked upon his journey of healing, could his purpose have been to protect the forest from the taint of which the Great One now warns? We sought to delve further into this, but no accounts of Master A Tower's journey are to be found at Stillglade Fane. Such records as exist are in the keeping of his foremost student, the mage who recovered his remains from Ogomoro. If he's still alive, he may be able to assist us. We prepared a missive, and we would ask that you deliver it into his hands. After interring his beloved master, the man is said to have taken up residence at Fulgord Float, that he might ever be near to tend the tomb. If he is there still, the locals should be able to point you in his direction. While you see to this task, my brother and I shall remain here and continue observing the Great One. My thanks in advance, after. Hello. You seek Master A Tower's former student? I'm afraid he's departed for the realm yonder. His granddaughter now tends the tomb at Proud Creek in his stead. If truth be told, I'm worried about her. The air is thick with fiends, and even experienced wood whalers avoid venturing there unaccompanied. That old fella? Afraid he passed away some years ago. I remembered him well, though. He took care of his master's tomb to the very end. His granddaughter, Eshiva, tends the place now. She's been especially attentive since those accursed bandits came and defiled it. A Tower Kant's old student. I'd heard that someone's tending the tomb. It's a young maid, as I recall. Thank you so much. So focused was I on tending the tomb, I failed to notice the fiends approaching me. What? You're searching for the granddaughter of Master A Tower's former student? Then you need search no more. I am a Shiva. Know that I have taken on my grandfather's responsibilities. If it is within my power to help the Seedseers, then I should be glad to do so. The taint threatens the Twelveswood. Novik have mercy. As the Seedseers have surmised, 'twas to purge the taint that Master A Tower journeyed the length and breadth of the realm. Simply put, the taint is an ether that has been befouled. If we are to be rid of it, we must find the source of the corruption and cleanse it. The question is, are the Seedseers prepared to do as Master A Tower once did? At any rate, it is best that I speak with them directly. I shall make my way to the Guardian Tree at once. If I remember rightly, most of these quests are just running around, speaking to people. I know that there are some fights, but I think that won't be until we get like level 56 quest, maybe. My thanks for finding a Shiva after. She has told us all. We are to protect the Twelveswood from the taint. We must needs deal with the corruption at its source. Is that the way of it? It is. That was why Master A Tower embarked on his journey, heedless of his Pajali heritage. And yet Master A Tower was no ordinary Pajal. We are duty-bound to remain in the forest. We cannot simply leave it. I am loath to ask this of you, after all you've already done for us, but the preservation of the Twelveswood is at stake. You are not Pajali, and hence are not bound by the laws which bind us. Will you embark upon this quest in our stead? With all due respect, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. You would entrust the fate of the forest to an adventurer? Calm yourself, and know that After is no ordinary adventurer. Nay, she is a white mage true, chosen by Master A Tower himself to be his successor. She bears his soul crystal and his legacy both. I have every confidence that you will be able to purge the taint. As such, I would join my voice to my brother's request. Master A Tower's successor? That such an individual existed? I wish to make a request of my own. In his youth, my grandfather served Master A Tower proudly, accompanying him wheresoever he went and assisting him in purification rituals. It has ever been my desire to emulate my grandfather's deeds. If After is to undertake this quest to eliminate the taint, I would likewise accompany and assist her. The journey will be fraught with peril. Are you willing to risk life and limb solely for the sake of emulating your grandfather? I am, my lady, but that's not the whole of it. I cannot sit idly by while a threat encroaches upon the Twelveswood. It is our home, and we each of us must do our part to protect it. Our part. I see that your heart is true. Very well. Assuming that After consents, and I see no reason why she would not, you have our blessing to accompany her. The fate of the Twelveswood is in your hands. We shall pray for your success. We'll need to make plans for the journey. Please come and see me at Full Gourd Float. And they call themselves Pajals. You wonder at my irritation, I shouldn't doubt. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, I was brought up on tales of Master A Tower's journeys, the suffering he endured for the sake of the Twelveswood. Young though I was deeply touched by his courage and sacrifice, and to this day his deeds remain close to my heart. That is why it irks me that the Seedseers will not lift a finger to help the forest. But thankfully we have you. As Master A Tower's chosen, you are far more dependable than any Pajal alive. Now then, let us speak of our journey. Grandfather left his records of Master A Tower's journey in my keeping. I shall scour them for clues as to where we must go. While I do this, pray attend to your own preparations. I shall be here when you are ready to strike out. You come at a good time, After. I believe I have found a clue in my grandfather's records. There is a passage which tells of the time when the taint reached the forest via a subterranean water vein. Master A Tower traced it back to its source at Abelathia's spine, where he purged the corruption. Lest you wonder, 'tis mention of the water vein that interests me. Allow me to explain. Though the danger to the Twelveswood has become so dire as to elicit emphatic warnings from the Great One, none of the Pajals or hearers were aware of it. If we then consider the Great One's warning that the taint shall flood the forest, I'm inclined to conclude that befouled ether is being conveyed via water veins. Years have passed since Master A Tower purged the taint. A new source of corruption may well have manifested in the intervening time. First, I suggest we take our investigation to the central highlands of Kurthus, which form the southern edge of Abelathi's spine. Pray, meet me at Camp Dragonhead. It. Everything's frozen over. I'd read about the snow-swept mountains of Kurthus. No amount of reading can substitute for seeing. I have a confession to make. This is my first time setting foot outside the Twelveswood. The experience is proving to be at once fascinating and frightening. But I digress. While I awaited your arrival, I spoke with some of the knights about the water veins. They say that one passes beneath the area just south of here. The area happens to be thick with fiends, and these fiends happen to have grown unnaturally aggressive of late. I would wager that the taint is to blame for this change. A short while ago, a band of knights departed for the area in question on a mission to cull the unruly creatures. Shall we go and join them? Okay, so no, there are some fights. My suspicions were correct. The taint has driven the fiends into a frenzy. Let us aid the knights, then see to the cleansing. And of course, I am leveled down. Is Shiva the Ethereal? Interesting. What if I just focus on healing people and killing the sprite? Oh, hi, Gobu. I'm just going to focus down on the sprite. Okay. That wasn't enough to save them. That's fine. Oh, shit. I let the House 410 guy die. Just gotta do a bit of murder. Everything's fine. Let me purify your foul taint. This energy, soothing and pure, 'tis precisely as my grandfather wrote. And your soul crystal, I believe it has taken on a new radiance. In all likelihood, the spirit of Master A Tower within has bestowed upon you greater power. I wonder, could it be that the act of purifying serves to empower the White Mage? If this is true, it makes the Pajal's refusal to leave the forest even more incomprehensible. How long will they allow their laws to dictate their actions to the detriment of reason? At any rate, there is naught more to do here. Let us return to Camp Dragonhead. I'm lazy, so I'll teleport. Let us review what we've learned. As we had suspected, the taint is being born along subterranean water veins. According to my grandfather's records, the headwater of the vein we just visited is situated further to the west. We must pass through Ishgard proper to get there. Fortunately, travel restrictions have been eased since the Holy See was restored to the Alliance. Be that as it may, we will be venturing into the unknown. Master A Tower's journeys did not take him here, and there is no telling what awaits us. We must tread warily, and be no less than fully prepared. Had the Seedseers been willing to come, with your powers combined, we would have been able to go boldly forward, but there's no point in dwelling upon that now. I shall survey the lay of the land in order to ascertain our next destination. Meanwhile, I suggest that you take the time to accustom yourself to your newfound power. I shall be here when you are ready to resume our mission. Cool, so I now have a size and the ability to use Afflatus Misery. I think. Yeah, because I now have the flower gauge. So, oh wait, no, that's asylum. Yeah, okay. That wasn't what I thought it was. So asylum is basically regen in a area. But having the flower gauge is fine, because what that means is that I'm gonna earn lilies for every, I think it's 20 or 30 seconds in combat, that I can then spend on abilities such as Afflatus Rapture. This is the AoE heal, but there's also a single heal version of it that we will get through job quests. That feeds the Blood Lily, which is a separate thing that will build up on this gauge, and once I have that maxed out, I can then use Afflatus Misery, which is a massive AoE attack that has just ridiculous potency. Oh good, I get Stone 3. Yeah. I need that. I'm terribly sorry for the wait after. It has taken a while, but I believe we are now armed with sufficient knowledge of our destination. Let us continue on to the Western Highlands. First, I suggest we make a brief stop in Falcon's Nest. If there has been an anomaly in the area, the locals may be able to tell us something. Falcon's Nest. So this is Falcon's Nest. To think that architectural styles can differ so, even within the same nation. Going to new places is a veritable feast for the senses. Such wonders grandfather must have beheld in his journey with Master A Tower. Ah, but such musings must wait. We have a task to do. Let us begin by speaking with the people here. When you have finished, pray, come and meet me at the hamlet's northern entrance. I am unfamiliar with this taint of which you speak. We do consider dragons unclean, however. Speaking of the beasts, lately there have been reports of a strange woman skulking about their remains. We are on the lookout for her, lest she proves to be a heretic. The taint? Never heard of it. We've had a strange visitor, however. A foreign woman with a stench of death about her. Suspicious as she was, I decided to steal a peek at her belongings and... Ugh. Forgive me. The mere recollection of it is like to bring up my supper. Anyway, after that, some few of us confronted her and demanded to know her purpose. She refused to say a word, though. Nay, she looked straight through us with empty eyes and left the hamlet. As I recall, she was headed to the north and west. Wherever it is she's gone, we are well rid of her. The rumours of this strange woman are on everyone's lips. This is likely but a coincidence, but it appears we are headed in the same direction as her. There are water sources in the northwestern corner of the region, frozen lakes to be precise, and I would take our investigation there. I mislike the sound of this woman, and I'd sooner not cross paths with her, but we have a mission to fulfill. Let us keep moving. How far along is it gonna... It's taking me fucking... Okay. Yep. Alright. Well, I may as well finish off... Oh, no I won't. I was gonna say I may as well finish off the map in this area, but I still need to go up to that corner as well, so... We'll grab this on the way. To be fair, I think there's something I need to kill at Twin Pools. For, Centuria seals. Then again, Twin Pools is a very large area. There it is! This experience from hunts is static, so it's beneficial for me to do it on lower level classes. I need to kill 3 of them. Sweet. Is that a frozen... Damn. Oh. Cleanids? Sea angels. Oh, that's a bigger dragon. Wait. No. Pray? No. What do you want me to do here? So it's not any of that. So it's not lookout, it's not pray. What would it be? Is it... Ah. It's me. For some reason. There we go, if anyone wants to read that, they can. So there's quite a lot of frozen dragon corpses here. Good gods! The stench is overpowering, even in this frigid clime. Forgive me for interrupting, but what are you doing? Searching. Rather more damage than I would have liked, but it will serve. After all, the experiment proceeds apace. Experiment? What in the heavens are you doing? Why must I justify myself to you? Well, I suppose you have no obligation to do so. It's just not every day that I see someone, rummaging through a dragon's corpse. So I frighten you then. You find me repulsive, like the rest of them. No, you misunderstand. I didn't mean to give offense. Whatever you do is your business, to be sure, but it isn't safe to be alone out here. What would you suggest, then? That I find a stout protector like your friend? As if someone would be willing to help me. Huh. This aura you emanate. They sent you to hound me, haven't they? To remind that witch, Alaka, that she has no place in the world. Alaka? I am warning you. Leave me alone. Well, that was certainly queer. I know not what compelled me to speak with that woman Alaka, I believe she called herself, but I must confess to being morbidly curious about her experiment. But I mustn't let myself be distracted. We have work to do. Unless I'm mistaken, the taint has manifested in this area. Let us split up and search for it. See that the lily is building up this gauge, and when that reaches the tip, it will grant me a flower. So it might only be 15 seconds, 20 seconds of combat that it takes, because that was going quite quickly, actually. Yeah, that feels dead quick. Every 20 seconds. Okay. What's good about it is that if you're doing a dungeon and you're just running through and doing like deer and everything, it counts the time that you're running because you actively have aggro. That's considered combat. You found the taint and purified it. Well done. Though I cannot help but wonder, is it truly a coincidence that the taint chanced to have manifested where we met Alaka? Ugh, being frozen to the bone isn't conducive to conversation. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and warm ourselves before we discuss matters in earnest. With your most recent effort, I sense that your powers continue to grow. Suffice it to say, this is a boon to our cause. The mission proceeds smoothly thus far. If we continue following the water vein, it should lead us to the source of the taint. As for the stranger Alaka, never have I felt so unsettled in someone's presence. The thought that she might be connected to the taint also bothers me, but until we know for certain, it avails us naught to dwell upon it. For now, I shall resume my investigation of water veins and try to deduce other locations where the taint might appear. Leave the investigative aspect of the mission to me, and pray, continue honing your powers of purification. After all, no one else can purge the taint but you. Yeah, so rather than holding up your crystal, you just do a hip thrust. Ah, this is when we get a size. Gimme, 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 gimme. Terrible news after. The manifestation of the taint you purged here has reappeared. The fiends nearby were driven into a frenzy all over again, and they reportedly attacked a knight on patrol. Though the man managed to flee to the Convictory, his wounds are grievous, and to compound matters, the camp Churchians are all afield and cannot readily return. You are his only chance, after. You must go to the Convictory and save him. How do you actually pronounce that? Chirurgeon pronunciation. It's just an old word.
We are looking at how to pronounce this word, as well as how to say more interesting both.
Fuck off. That's not what I mean. Where's, like, Wikipedia? Children, pronunciation. Oh, that's because I'm on Wiktionary, not Wikipedia. And I've gone past where I need to go.
Chirurgeon.
So it's chirurgeon. Okay. Oh dear God. I think that was just loading up the fucking web page for the dictionary, the Merriam-Webster dictionary website. He's in a bad way. Please, hurry and tend to his hurts. The pain fades. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thanks to you, the danger is past. However, he will still require constant care for a time. I shall remain on hand to help provide it. Meanwhile, you must go and purify the taint that has reappeared west of Banepool. Only you have the power to do so after. Please hurry before it can cause any more harm. Oh, I need to murder some polar bears as well, huh? Getting one more. You. Foul taint. I'm pleased to say that the knight will make a full recovery. Had you not come to his aid, his comrades believe he would have died. I see you've already purified the taint. Good work. I must say, though, that its reappearance baffles me. It should have taken far longer for befouled ether to accumulate. I'm disinclined to believe that this came about by itself. Nay, I sense that someone had a hand in this. I spoke with the knight after he had sufficiently recovered. Shortly before he was attacked, he caught sight of the foreign woman who reeks of death, Alaka. Wherever she appears, so too does the taint. I wasn't certain before, but now I'm convinced that it must be no mere coincidence. Could it be that she is creating the taint? If so, to what end? Why would she do such a thing? I know not her designs, but her actions cannot be borne. Should the taint continue to manifest, both Kurthus and the Twelveswood would suffer unimaginable damage. Stillglade Fane must know of this threat. I shall send word to them. Though I shan't raise my hopes that the Seedseers will best steer themselves, best to assume that we are on our own. Now then, our priority now is to track down Alaka. The knight said that she was headed west to the Dravanian Forelands. Let us take our search to the main settlement there. Tailfeather, I believe it's called. Okay, well, whilst I'm here, I've also got the Vath to speak to. I've spoken with a handful of locals. A strange woman has been witnessed coming and going with some regularity. I'm reasonably confident that it is Alaka, but I shall try and gather more information for good measure. Something occurs to me. If Alaka is indeed responsible for creating the taint, she'll not take kindly to our purifying it. It may well come to a confrontation. Please use this time to further hone your powers, for we shall have need of them ere long. And now I have her size. And the reason why I love it will become very evident quite quickly. Basically, it's quite strong. Like, it's stronger than any of the other attacks that I have. It's instant cast, off global cooldown, and it heals as well as does damage, and restores my MP. So I basically have no reason to not use it every 40 seconds. Thin air will be good to have as well. Good tidings after. I have acquired definitive information on Alaka. As before, the stench of death gave her away. A hunter she chanced to walk near couldn't help but notice the smell. When she realized that she was being observed, she quickly turned her steps west, toward dragon territory. The hunter shouted a warning, but she continued on heedless. In light of her inclinations, I dare say she has business there. There is an area called Avalonia Fallen to the west. Let us head in that direction and try and pick up Alaka's tale. I can't help but be reminded of Hestu, Shakalaka, every time that I have to say Alaka. Well, since we're here, let's speak to the storyteller. Ah, our hunter friend. Welcome. You come hunting gods once more? The non-mind is glad of your thirst for divine blood. Ever more rapacious do the one-mind grow as they seek offerings to glut our deity's insatiable appetite. Another path to our god's domain? Yes, there is but one way. You must seek out the Gain hive on the far side of the colony and attune your spirit to the aetherite ensconced within. But the deed is not possible. We hear that the crystal is warded by ancient ritual magics. The One Mind have woven the seal such that only the most worthy of warriors shall be granted leave to enter Thokast Thok, and they do not share with the non-mind what they consider worthy. I don't need to, like, murder any of these, do I? Not by the looks of it. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the aetherite. Not much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the aetherite, and once more, nothing much happens. Cool, and now I can show you just how good White Mage with Afflatus Misery and Assize can be. I've done Dravania Extreme a lot, and will be doing these. I need to still do Ifrit and Type Extreme some more to get their mounts, so that we can get the Curing mount. But I will also be farming the Extremes from Heavensward in order to get the Firebird, I think it is, because all of the Extreme mounts in Heavensward are birds. All of the extreme mounts in A Realm Reborn were horses.
To the sun of radiant steel. Furious as a blaze.
So now that I have the white lily, I have a free heal that doesn't even take mana. That is also instant cast. So every 20 seconds I can just heal myself without any issue. And I'm incentivized to do that. To build blood.
Will thou yield?
That damage.
I am invincible. Will thou yield?
I would argue that I should have done that. This is when they just run out. They don't take any damage until you break their shield, or it runs out. But how about Afflictus Misery again? 90,000 damage in a single attack.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Okay. So yeah, there is now a chance, similar to Titan, to get knocked off the platform. So you want to be a bit careful. Ravana does quite a few knockback attacks. So you just want to make sure that if you get knocked back, you're going to get knocked back into a barrier. Just waiting for him to change out of defensive and Afflictus Misery. And
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
it would have been insane if I'd gotten the mount on my first clear. Oh well. But yeah, that's Ravana Extreme. I actually quite enjoy that one. And I think that the weapons for certain classes look quite good. And when you get the crafted ones, They have like a almost butterfly or moth red effect, which is I quite like. Ravana also quite often will come up on Wondrous Tales. So it's a good thing that I have it. Yeah, I need to speak to the storyteller. Where the fuck was that going? Once more have you slain our ravening god. Your tribe must think you a great hunter indeed. Even the One-Mind must begin to appreciate the folly of their wasteful summonings. Tell us, Great Hunter, how were you able to pass the seal? Did it simply melt away at the approach of your indomitable presence? A gemstone of fire and earth. There's something, a memory we have from the Overmind, before we were cast out. A memory of the burning eye of Ravana. The Overmind has recollection of legends 100 generations old. We remember the tale of our god as he once was, an all-devouring beast whose eye was torn from him by an invading tribe. The Nath have sought to recover this lost relic for centuries, that it might be rejoined with Ravana Reborn. But even were it found, it is said that only the most worthy of warriors can bear its searing touch. I now understand why the seal granted you passage. But tell us, Great Hunter, how came you by the eye? A youngling named Ul-Kalhai. Your deed has returned many memories to the surface of our mind, but that name is not one of them. To gift you with such a prize, he too must have thought you worthy. We thank you, Great Hunter. To soon do our memories from the Overmind fade, but you have given us a new story to tell. Wait. Royal Levin? It's Curl Reginald. That weather effect only happens when there's a rare fate. This one, to be precise. And this fate gives you an item that you can exchange for leopard print. A leopard print, like blazer or fedora. Now, I don't give a shit about the fedora because I'm a bunny that can't wear hats. Yeah. Apparently, no one's found this on long loop book. Okay, well, if anyone wanted to join that, they can. There we go. See if anyone wants it. If no one wants it, then I won't. I'll do it at like 15 minutes. But that still means that I've got 13 minutes. You can tell that it's a special fate because it doesn't show up on the map. So you kind of have to either know that it's there or where it is. But that fate always spawns in the same location. No signs of a lacquer, and the area beyond is fraught with danger. Not even hunters dare venture in. I would sooner not wander these parts without some guarantee that a lacquer is near, but we cannot afford to delay lest she eludes us completely. Let us split up and search. If you would focus on the area to the north, I shall follow the high road west. Oh, and do keep an eye out for the taint. If a lacquer is here, it is like to have manifested. Foul taint. You shall not touch this tree. God damn it, I love her size. Cool, so someone wants to do it. So it's around here, which means I need to shout that. Can't invite them to a party, so they're probably a free trial player. How do I link this? Welcome to what a lot of this stuff looks like. This is also what Eureka is like quite a lot of the time, is you end up just stood around a fate waiting to make sure that no one else wants to get in on it. Doesn't want to let me invite people or put the party finder back in chat. And it doesn't want to let me say it either. Why is it being such a butt? I don't know. You. I just want to change to shout. But then it immediately changes that to say. Annoying fuck. I don't know, it won't let me invite anyone. I don't know why. Sweet. Oh, and it's just hit the ball. Now everyone wants in on it. This fate is a little bit weird, because obviously we're killing curls, and we've clearly got a blue mage somewhere who's killing them very, very quickly. In fact, what if I was to... if I switch to something that's lower level, like my Astra. There we go. I'll get the experience bonus. So then this big fucker comes out, This is Curl Regine. Unique to this series of fates. Now I don't think we can actually kill Curl Regine in this fate, and that your actual goal is to just kill the mini ones. Oh, target not in line of sight. Oh, he's been doomed. Not anymore, he hasn't. Oh, I need to bear in mind that's now there. It's a bit. Oh, the blue mage is at it. Deep froze everyone. No ultimate vibration. Because they're nearly dying. I don't know if you get more of the rewards from this fate if you do happen to kill the big one. But yeah, you don't have to kill them. So we've succeeded in the fate and we got one of her hordes. And what will happen is there's actually 3 fates in this chain. And so it will now proceed to the next stage. But that can happen like any number of hours from now up to, I think, 18 hours. So it's going to take a while, and I might not catch it. I don't particularly care about the Curl Regine stuff, to be honest, because it looks a bit garish. But hey, I'll take glam. I'll take glam. But it's a bit like the Odin fates. Or even the Ixion fate in Stormblood, where there's a unique weather for it. So you might not know exactly where it is on the map, but you'll know that it's there somewhere, so you know where to look for it. And that's how come I knew to find it. Because Odin has tension, is his unique weather. You should not have startled me. You. I see, you are the one who undid my work. Why do you interfere with my experiment? So it was you who created the taint. The taint, you say? An insult born of ignorance. What you so callously destroyed is a wellspring of life-giving ether. What are you saying? The taint is befouled ether. It destroys life. So you choose to cling to your ignorance, like all the others. But it matters not what you think. When my experiment is complete, all the fools who tormented me and mine shall get their comeuppance. No, we won't let you continue your twisted experiment. After! Stop her! I believe you have more pressing concerns. Drawn to the ether, I shouldn't doubt. Or the taint, as you insist on calling it. But such details are immaterial. By whatever name it is known, I shall fill the world with it, and have my revenge. Do not interfere. Consider this your final warning. Hit. Hit. Size is just so good for doing quick damage to fucking everything. Especially as it doesn't have the drop-off of damage like a lot of the other AoEs have, where it'll do full damage to the first enemy and 50% to all the other ones. It's the same damage to all of them. You find a peculiar hunk of flesh on the ground. Here, let me... Whoop. Get up, you silly sausage. Now's not the time for a nap. Thank you, After. Again, you've saved me. And again, I am reminded of my own weakness. Huh? What do you have there? Ah, 'tis well I skipped my last meal. I'll wager this is part of Alaka's experiment. The seed seers may be able to glean something from it, and yet I find myself loath to seek them out. They haven't lifted so much as a finger to help us. What can we expect of them now? We should consult them anyway. You have the right of it, After. There's more at stake than a difference of opinion. If we are to save the Twelveswood, we must needs turn to the seed seers for aid. It's settled then. We return to the Twelveswood. And now we have Thin Air. Thin Air is incredibly helpful for reviving people. Because what Thin Air does is it just eliminates the MP cost of an ability. And you get 2 charges of it. So I could swift cast Thin Air and then resurrect or raise, bring someone back, Thin Air again, and then raise a second time, and it won't have cost me half of all my MP. I'll still have a longer cast time for the second raise, but it won't be too bad. Please, hold on to the hunk of flesh. It is safer in your keeping. Now then, let us return to Camp Tranquil and explain the situation to the Seed Seers. Okay, someone has the carriage now. Ah, you're returned. How fares the effort to purge the taint? Huh? You wish to show us something? What does it tell us, brother? The elementals are in trepidation of the flesh. It is infused with befouled ether. Of this there can be no doubt. And with the Great One's warnings growing ever more fervent, it seems plain that this Alaka continues to sow the taint. Whatever it is she seeks to do, we must put a stop to it. Arun and I shall take a closer look at the flesh. In the meantime, you must resume your journey of purification. What? With all due respect. Ah, to hell's with respect. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You would send us back into the midst of danger, and with nary a word of counsel? I know full well that we ask much of you. There is none other upon whom we can depend. Depend, you say? Instead of depending on others, why don't you do something for a change? We all know that you both have the power to do so. Do you realise how much After has been through in your names? Oh, but of course you don't, because while she bled for you, you were hiding here with your heads in the treetops. If Master A Tower were to see this, he would be turning in his grave. Heads in the treetops? What is the matter with him? To think that our own people see us in such a light. It cannot be helped, brother. We are bound to remain in the forest. Things are not as they were during Master A Tower's time. Be that as it may, were the people to lose faith in us, for whom shall we convey the will of the elementals? Forgive me, After, but I would be alone. Rest assured I'll take a closer look at the tainted flesh. Odin's up. Haroon has the right of it. It is our duty to facilitate harmony between man and elemental. All the laws of the forest count for naught if we fail in this. At any rate, we must needs stop Alaka's dark designs. And fear not, After. Henceforth we will not leave you to bear the burden alone. Pray, allow us time to consider our next step. In fact, he's right near here. Apparently. Odin, dirty paws. I don't... How is their name sorted out? Ah, Odin will not have his helmet on it prior to being pulled, and will take the appearance of the player who previously dealt the killing blow the last time he spawned. Okay, so Dirty Paws was the one that committed the killing blow on the last fate. Now, this is a special fate, so when I level sync, I'm not actually going to level sync down to 50. I'm going to level sync down to 70. There's always a need for a white mage during a those are all the birds. Yeah. And he's dead. Sweet. And that's enough of his reward to get myself a Zansetsuken of my own. After we've conceived a plan to deal with the taint, we would share the particulars with everyone. Might I trouble you to fetch a Shiva? She will have returned to Fulgord Float, I believe. Pray, return here after you've notified her. Our Rune and I shall be waiting. Oh, it's you, After. I must apologize for my earlier display. The Seedseer wished to see me despite the disrespect I showed them. Though their ways baffle me, it cannot be denied that they care for the forest. Perhaps they deserve more credit than I give them. I will go, of course. Let us strike out at once. So back to Camp Tranquil. Oh, thanks for coming. Without further ado, let us begin. After our last meeting, I went to the Guardian Tree and presented the tainted flesh to the Great One. His reaction was telling. The befouled ether it bears is identical to the taint which now threatens the Twelveswood. Unless we stop Alaka, the forest will be reduced to a wasteland of death. After gave me to understand that you've conceived a plan to deal with the taint. What is this plan? Simply put, our Rune and I shall accompany you to the Dravanian Forelands. As you are doubtless aware, we Pajals are chosen by the elementals to convey their will. Should that will go unheard or be misinterpreted, harmony would be lost and tragedy inevitably befall. In order to prevent this, we strive to hone our sensitivity to the elements, far beyond the limits of ordinary men. And this sensitivity allows us to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in the ether. With our faculty for sensing ether, our Rune and I shall ascertain the site of Alaka's experiment, and once we find it, we will join our powers to After's and purge the taint once and for all. You would leave the forest, but what of the will of the elementals? Rest assured that we have obtained the Elder Seedseer's permission. Our sister shall see to it that the elementals do not go unheard during our absence. But above all, your words struck home. We will not leave the two of you to bear the burden alone. We shall do all we can to aid you, as Pajals and White Mages both. You truly mean to leave the forest and help us? In the heat of the moment, I forgot myself and spoke out of turn. I pray you can forgive me. There is naught to forgive. On the contrary, we're grateful to you for opening our eyes. Now, I trust that we can rely upon you to guide the way. Listen, After, this will be our first time outside the forest, and we will most certainly make fools of ourselves. I would thank you not to enjoy yourself overmuch. I shall escort the Seedseers to Tailfeather. Pray, meet us there. So here we are at Tailfeather. Why, the journey here wasn't nearly as daunting as I expected. I dare say we could have made it without a Shiva. Bold words coming from someone who fairly hugged our guide during the entire journey. Seeing as we're here, we ought to get to work. Do you sense anything, brother? I do. An anomaly in the ether that wrenches the stomach. It emanates from the north and west. Cavern lies in that direction. Morn, 'tis called, and if memory serves, so too does a water vein. It seems to me that that is where we must go. I must warn you all, though. The area is thick with dragons. We must proceed with caution. Dragons, you say? Well, I for one would welcome the excitement. The journey thus far has been rather dull for my tastes. Dull suits us just fine, sister. Remember, our priority is to purge the taint. As if I would forget. The fate of the 12 is at stake. Let us make haste to mourn and confront Alaka. I could fast travel to Annex Shrine and go from there, but I can also just fly. Because I happen to remember exactly where I need to be for this. But then, once we're done with this quest, we'll probably be about ready to wrap up for the day because I need to make dinner. But I do want to take on Bismarck Extreme first. And if I can, unlock the first of the Alliance. The Alliance raid. I would also like to do that. Oh, I already killed enough of them. Okay. Of course, then one had to spawn right behind me, so that's aggroing to me as well. It's all experience for the chocobo. Hi, Alaka. How you doing? So, you're still alive. Most intriguing. Horns such as I have, yet you are not Aura. Well, whatever you are, you're no different from the others. You've come to interfere with my experiment. But know this, it is your ignorance that has led us down this path. We Zayla are nomads who roam and live off the land. My tribe was no different. Yet we did no harm to those lands we traversed. They treated us as vermin. In their ignorance, they feared us, and that fear manifested as spite, violence. My loved ones and I were cursed at, spat upon, beaten, and worse. It was out of the desire to protect them that I began my research. Such pain we have suffered. I swore that I would visit upon the ignorant masses 100-fold. And soon I shall fulfill my goal, for my experiment has finally borne fruit. To be sure, there is still work to be done. Such robust flesh cannot be sustained by ordinary ether. Nay, it must needs be fed something far more potent. The taint. My pet can go only where the taint exists, and so I shall fill the whole world with it. Sister, I sense naught but befouled ether from that dragon. This is without a doubt the source of the taint. We must needs purify it whole. You would get in the way of my vengeance, then you shall be the first to feel my wrath. Of course it's a zombie dragon. But also, it's at 30%. But is it just going to come back like the one from What is dead can never die? Because fuck it. Where is the heal that doesn't need? There it is. I got it, but it wasn't on my bar. I thought I should have had that. Come on, let me heal it. We heal! Yeah, get regen. Bitch. Be healed, brother! Healing. Nice. My dreams. All gone to dust. You. I am powerless. Powerless to protect my people. Powerless to change anything. We are cowards, all of us. That which we do not understand instills fear within us, and so we lash out. In return, you sought to strike back at those who hurt you. You have done terrible things, and must be held to account for your crimes. But know that it is not too late to make amends. You still have a chance to atone. Your knowledge may yet be used for good. You need but find a new purpose, and I should be glad to help you look for it. With Lalaka apprehended, it seems safe to say that the danger to the Twelfthwood is past, and we owe it all to the two of you. This experience has taught me much and more, not least of all how powerless I was in the face of an external threat. If I am to protect the forest, I must needs spend less time with my head in the treetops, and more with my feet on the grounds. To that end, I shall strive to be a Pajal as Master A Tower was, standing ready to journey to the ends of the world if needs be. Were it not for your shining example, I never would have found the courage to come to this decision. I cannot thank you enough. Master Arun, when the time comes for you to embark upon your journey, pray, allow me to accompany you. It isn't safe to travel alone. You know this to be true. Besides, you need someone to keep a record of all your deeds, that they might be passed on to future generations. For all my bold words, I am still but a green sapling. Nevertheless, I would serve you faithfully as my grandfather once served Master A Tower. I should be heartened to have your company, Ashiva. I shall endeavour to be a Pajal worthy of your respect. Thank you, Master Arun. I swear you'll not be disappointed in me. Arun and I shall escort Alaka and place her in the Wood Whaler's care. Pray, come and see us afterwards at Camp Tranquil. We would thank you properly. During the entire way back, Laka did not so much as favour us with a glance, but neither did she attempt to flee. I believe there is hope for her yet. Till such time as she finds a new purpose, I shall visit her cell as often as my duties allow. With the source of the taint banished, the Great One's warnings have ceased. We may rest easy for a time. Disaster has been averted thanks to you and Ashiva. We are eternally in your debt. You are kind for saying so, my lady, but I have done scarcely anything. All your gratitude should be reserved for after. Allow me to thank you as well, Arthur. Had you not sought me out that day, I may never have found my true calling. Beginning today, I shall accompany Master Arun as he works to maintain peace and harmony within the Twelfthwood. I know not where our journey will take us, but when next we meet, I shall stand before you a stronger woman. We'd best be on our way. Fare you well on your own journeys, Arthur. I look forward to seeing you again, within the Twelfthwood and without. Well, they pretty much exhausted everything I had intended to say, so I shall say but this. I mean to do my part as well. Together with my siblings, I shall work to preserve the harmony of the forest, protecting it from threats both within and without. As for you, After of the White, with your newfound powers, pray continue employing our art for the betterment of the realm. May the light of succor and solace shine wheresoever you may go. Sure. Yep. And that's the end of White Mage for Heavensward. And that gives us a off global cooldown single heal. So, yeah. It's not a bad heal. Okay. Now to the Sea of Clouds. Not Cloud. Yeah, I need to go to Camp Cloud Top. So we go to Camp Cloud Top for whatever this is. Then we go to the Vundu or Bismarck. A supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions are so late in arriving. I did, in fact, spy a vessel charting an erratic course northward a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I'll send word if I spy any other sign of our errant supply ship. But yeah, I basically want to unlock as many dungeons and raids as possible. Because it's more stuff for me to use for experience. In fact, I should really do the Alexander raid stuff for the quest to unlock that, because then I'll get raid roulette, which is just another daily roulette for extra experience. Aid! Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo! What you got there, then? Think you're some sort of hero, do you? Well then, you won't mind if me mates here join the fun. Make for a more heroic tale, won't it? The tale of how 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shite her own bloody eyes. What the... Oh gods, I know that ship. It's... So, you're the scrags what have been dragging our good name through the mud. You're Red Bill Leofard. We ain't done naught to you or yours. What do you want with us? I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folk go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad. We can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Nice gun. Oh, thank you, Mr. Leofard. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. As for you, adventurer, tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect no less from a hero such as yourself. After. That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other lasses with one of them marvellous mana cutters the Ironworks dreamed up. Well then, seems you've saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I've been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help out with the little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standing in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. Sweet. I don't remember how much is involved before we get access to the first Alliance raid. But I'm going to try and unlock that today. And if I can, I'd like to do it, but Alliance raids are kind of annoying to jiggle. What are you wanting? The Tramontane returns, and with it the white. So too comes the great Netherling warrior. Like double rainbows in the mist, son who knows not what to make of this. An eye in the hands of a Netherling? Storm clouds of the Vundu are no match for the eye's might. Smash it against the Aetheryte in the whale's crown, and he will be vulnerable once more. Bind him with chains of steel and drive him from Cloudsea. Return Zephyr winds and sunlight to our lands. What is your quest? Reap what you sow. Oh, okay. I believe that's another dungeon that I could unlock. But we'll pick that up another time. Where's Sid? Like, it's telling me to speak with him. Oh, okay, he's down there. In that case, I'd be better off fast traveling then. Okay. That's far enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across this marker by chance? Or are you here by invitation? And that would make you the hero the captain said to watch for. Well met. Name's Stacia. Leofard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid, God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming to hear him out. If you'd follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest. This is a really interesting looking area. that we do very little in. I come to you in person, and still you refuse my offer? Arrogant fool. On the subject of arrogance, Radlia, I bow to your superior knowledge. But that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I've told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. While I'd fear for my life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill. No matter. I always get what I want in the end. It is merely a question of method. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the look of one of Leofard's little birds. She's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone's invited, instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. That was Radlia, captain of the Talons. She know Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact he won't join us sticks her in the craw. Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach them Red Bills some respect. Patience. When all of this is over, we shall see who rules the skies. Oh there, hero. I promised you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have. For we plan to board the Sea of Cloud's very own ghost ship. Or what folk have taken to calling one. Anyway, every day for the past few weeks has brought with it a new sighting of the selfsame vessel. A massive airship, a queer design, adrift on the wind. Being a curious lot, there were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below deck, but not one of them's been seen since. And so, naturally, they're saying the ship's cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Alligans. But we won't know for sure till we've had ourselves a good poke around inside and liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got mouldering away in her hold, of course. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we gotta find the damn thing. Which is why we've been working on a special new device. Finding it'll be the easy part. What we can't do without is a veteran explorer what ain't afraid to fling herself face first into the jaws of danger. Now, I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and the glory and I'd wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what you say after? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills? Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate, Utata. She's been working on her way to track the vessel. Greetings, the name's Utata. I suppose you'd call me the Red Bill's chief of engineering, smithing, carpentry, magitech. If it's a part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I happen to report that we have overcome the last obstacle to board the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned? That it is, Captain. I knew this would be the perfect place to take readings. The scant amount of background ether makes it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship has what Uematsu tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device what can sniff out this particular spectral flavour and point us in the right direction. And call it the ectocompass. It allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. All the ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Uematsu, you'd best stay here out harm's way. Keep an eye on the mythic trails, eh? Aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me. Now, we got no ways of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hulk, so you'd best bring along a few mates what you know you can trust. Don't hurt to be so careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Radley or her brood decide to stick their beaks in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. An honest to God's ghost ship. This could be an adventure and a half. Okay, so as much as I would love to do Bismarck, if I can, I want to do Void Arc. Nice! Yes! People doing their roulettes. Oh no, I've joined it. Okay. No? How far in are they? Oh, really not far. Okay, so they lost a healer, and I'm replacing the healer. But they're only just started. It just means that we've missed the opening cutscene to the dungeon. Which is fine, because it basically just shows you what the outside of the dungeon looks like, if I remember rightly. With that to that. I've run Void Arc many times. Realise we're both Astros in this party. There are 3 Astros in this raid. This stage, it draws in some of the party into the middle to fight the core that's underneath it, and otherwise we have to kill all these ones on the outside. But it's random who gets selected to go in the middle, I believe. Agreed on all the gear because it might be black. But once we're done with this dungeon, that's where I'm calling it today, because the bean has appeared and I think he's asking about dinner. No? It was too hot earlier to have the lights on. Hence the fan pointed directly at me. So the mechanic here is that the room gets poisonous and you have to stand on these platforms to activate the fan to get rid of all the poison. But then those plates become electrocuted. So you can't keep standing on them. I think after this, it's this room done. Yeah. That's what ranged and heal. Go on the summoner. The main reason I'm doing this on Astro is the experience for first clear. Now this boss is a bit interesting because it's tethered. So the bit that we want to fight is the pillar in the middle. need to be aware of what Sawtooth is doing because he can do raid-wide attacks. Generally, you want to stand so that the pillar is between you and Sawtooth. Shockwave Stomp is the raid wild. You want to make sure that you've got this guy who's needed. Sawtooth, who takes extra damage, who's no longer tethered. Nice and easy. Greedy. Greedy. Did I get any of the pieces? No, I didn't. Oh well. Oh look, Diabolos, he's back. Everything else dies. Easy. Yup. So yeah, in case you couldn't tell, there's a lot of void sets and demonic things in this dungeon. And a lot of the gear that you get from it for glam kinda has dark, undead vibes to it. Like the talons on that. Oof. Then there's also this big guy. Again, poison or damage over time is his bread and butter. Don't get hit by the tentacles. This isn't hentai. And he should be about to go into his ad phase, I think. Yeah, so now there's massively more damage over time being taken. Hey, I got the trousers. The idea is that a tank runs through those zombies. Oh. I mean, you may as well just respawn to avoid. Oh no. I would avoid the debuff by respawning and traveling back. Okay. Okay, now we get the important cutscene. Now that's hot. Now that's hot. And everyone in the chat is saying, yeah, they would. So, as we saw in the cutscene, this boss is actually made up of 3 entities. There's the woman and 2 snakes. And one of her mechanics is that she will split into those individual parts. My bad. I thought it was a get away from each other. Okay. So now she's separating again. The idea is that we want to separate all of her individual parts because they actually take decreased damage when they're close to each other. Or I could die. I was paying too much attention to the enemies and not enough to myself. Remember that I have that global cooldown aspect of Helios. Well, we got some blood guards now. Unfortunate. That's fine, because it doesn't last very long. I think she splits at like 10%. Yay! There we go. And that is Void Art. Gimme. Pass. Gimme. I did not get a high roll on that kidney. So I didn't get it. Unfortunate. Oh well. I got a few comms though. 3. What's in the coffin? Bugger me. I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates though, did it? That's some crew you got there, and make no mistake. Right. Let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer type then, eh? Something tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. And not with some kind of unspeakable horror. Now look at me. I never moved a muscle. Hey, Diabolos. What in the 7 hours is that bastard doing? This way! Swiftly now! Can anyone else see that talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure is getting queerer by the minute. Still, I'd rather take my chances with a prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys. We're leaving. But what about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with a spell-slinging void boy. Your choice. God damn it. How's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living? Oh, they've broken the seal. That's what the void arc looks like from the outside. Ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? He's opening her up. Oh, that looks entirely safe. Void Sense is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement. The gate cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach. Well, don't see much point hanging around here. Let's get back to solid ground. It was a bit of touch and go in places, I grant you. But here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flag and a... Hold on. Are we missing someone? Didn't I tell Utata to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I am not easily moved. The sheer power on display set me all a-quiver. Well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. This vessel ain't for the likes of you or me. Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of the one with the will to use it. Come, lads. The business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. You caught me off guard. Get a bang on the head or something. The man I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight. Unless... What did you do to the compass? Who? Me? No. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing, like. As long as Radlia keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it will take me them to notice me little gift? It's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I expect it will start with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that though, I've got some questions what need answering. You wish to know more of the Void Ark? The ghost ship as you call it. Void Ark. So that's its proper name, aye. I'd like to hear whatever you care to tell us, Puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me with my proper name. KC. I'll not respond to puss or cat, and most decidedly not furball. My tale begins long, long ago in the city of Mark, which once stood in the lands of Yafine. The sorcerers of Mark were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapor and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Cessair, was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the 6th Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now where was I? Ah yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to the skies and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Cessair. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant to be a sanctuary. And how did it come to be so, I mean, what happened to all the people? Where did all the Voidsent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Advances in Makai sorcery were made for one reason, and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power, and the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control. At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void-sent, Skithach, the Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required, and being Mark's preeminent sorcerer, Cessair was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Cessair's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the lesser Voidsent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Cessair and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. If I remember me Umbralia is right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure. And since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking something unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? One day, a Voidsent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away. The longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. You've faced this bat-winged fiend before. It would seem then that the creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating this queen. Well, that explains that then, except for one small detail. Namely, where the queen's coffin went after it fell out of the ship's belly. I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? You recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky. That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The Voidsent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the ward's binding Skithach dispel. Smells to me like an adventure. And who knows what ancient Makai treasures we might stumble upon along the way, eh? God knows they'll make a nice change from all them Allagan tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking my eye for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Radlier or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. You care only for how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Before we go rushing off in search of that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroical employment after. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. Time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the end of the world. Finally, that was a fair bit of cutscenes at the end, huh? There we go. I'm not going to accept the next one because I don't want to unlock it. I don't really have the time. Really, what I want to do. Let's quickly, and I say quickly, no. I want to run Lost City of Amdapor hard, because there's a decent chance that I could get it in roulettes. But, at the same time, if I do it unsynced, then I'm going to get the experience for first clear on White Mage or something else. I don't want to get it. I need to finish up. Hey, Symphonic, how you doing? I'm afraid that you are coming in just as I'm about to finish up. Feeling lucky. Not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, sorry. I gotta make dinner. Oh, lucky to get that dungeon in my roulette. I actually kind of want to not get it in my roulette. If I do get it, it's just going to be more experience. So it's not really that big of a deal. And I can always just run it again for the cutscenes. On stream. It's not that big of an issue. And thus is the Lord of the Hive's essence returned unto the land. Now, must you set your gaze upon Bismarck, Lord of the Mists. The white whale takes for his domain in the entirety of the Sea of Clouds. The hunt for this celestial wanderer will be neither straightforward nor simple. But at least that is the only duty that I've got that I could get on my roulettes. But yeah, I think we've done decently today, given that I started later than I would have liked. Because we did Astro job quests, and we're now done with the White Mage ones as well. So we finally have a size in Athens Misery, which I'm very, very happy about. I need to farm a shit ton of Tombstones of Poetics, which I'm going to have fun doing. But luckily it will coincide with the events that are going on at the moment, so at least I can get some Moogle tombstones and things like that. But once I have the Umbrite we will continue the Anima Relic, which will be when we need to do Lost City of Amberfall hard, and we'll also have to do a couple of the other hard Heavensward dungeons like Som Al hard and the Great Google Library hard, but none of those should be too difficult. So yeah, we've got some good stuff coming up. I, of course, still need to level stuff, like I need to get my Dark Knight, Astro, and Machinist up to at least 71 now, so that they get the best Echo buff. I also need to level my Red Mage and what's the other one? Samurai up to at least 60 in prep for doing Stormblood. There's a chance that I might do a data center transfer to a new world on Dynamis on the North American server, so that we can get some more, get the your play. It's so that I get the road to 80 buff again, because then I'll basically level everything that I can up to 80. There isn't... so I need to get everything up to 80 except for Samurai and or Red Mage, but I could probably just pick one of them. So I'd quite like to go through Stormblood as Samurai, I think. So I'd get Samurai up to 60, then leave it there. I'd get Red Mage up to 80 if I can, because then we can just focus on doing Samurai through Stormblood. Gunbreaker and Dancer I'd need to get up to 70. Because that's what the start of Shadowbringers is. And I can unlock Sage and Reaper, and I could get those up to 80. Although, to be honest, at that point, I may as well just get them up to 90. Although, actually, I won't have the buff to get them up to 90, will I? Did I watch the Job Actions live letter? No, I'm planning on... Pardon me. I'm planning on watching a summary video on YouTube at some point. I haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, what I'll probably do is create a new character on Dynamis and try that out, see if the connection's alright. And if it's not too bad whilst I'm streaming, then, in fact, let's do a quick test, shall we? Let's do a quick test. I'll end the stream here, well, not the stream, I'll end the recording here for now, but I'm going to test how things are on Dynamis, and maybe the next stream will be off of one of the Dynamis worlds. So yeah, see you later, YouTube. Have a good one.